Hello. I feel like this music is so loud, but maybe that's just like for me. Like maybe it's just loud for me, but I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. Hey, Emily. Oh, what did I do? So we're here in this game, and it had jail, so I don't know if you're talking to me. Oh, okay. Snooze. Did that fix add jail? I don't know if it did. Alright, so this game, I've seen someone, I've not watched it, but I saw like their stream title in like the thumbnail say this game, and it intrigued me, so I looked it up on Steam, and I think it's some kind of murder mystery, but don't quote me on that, because I really don't know anything about it. But just going off of the like title screen here, apparently there was a plane crash. It says the Roottrees are dead. What happened? The plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. The only passengers were Carl Roottree, his wife Brenda, and their 3 daughters known as the Roottree sisters. Carl Roottree was the president of the Roottree Candy Company, and it's not clear who will succeed him. So far, local police are not sure what caused the crash. They are calling it one of the most deadly plane crashes in Pennsylvania's history. All passengers and crew perished. Pittsburgh is generally known for pleasant flying conditions, and the weather was not atypical for this time of year. We do not know much at this time, but our sources tell us that local authorities do not suspect terrorism. The crash did not cause any local property damage, and fortunately nobody outside the plane was hurt. Funeral plans? Britt did it. No. Funeral plans have not been announced, but you can be sure that the Butler County Times will cover it to the best of our abilities. A spokesperson, I know how to talk, I promise. Spokesperson for the company has asked that people respect the family's blank, blank, blank. I can't read the rest. So, I don't think I do either. So, I don't know really what to expect, but I think we're just gonna click new game and, ooh, there's a Roottree Mania. We're just gonna go with this one, obviously. Save slots, period. Oh, it's loading. Why am I nervous? They're dead. So the guys, the dad's like a... Oh, hey! Thanks, bestie! But yeah, so the dad, it said, was like the CEO of a candy company or something. So right off the bat, my mind is going to... A, was it like a hit job for him? Oh, December 6th, 1998. Y'all, I was 1 year old.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet
I was like, why
of
is
the
there just a man
Roottree
talking to me?
Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash.
I know.
On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers.
Britt.
There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us,
I love this.
The Rootrees are dead.
Wow, I'm... What, he's the murderer? Who's knocking on my door? Who the fuck is that?
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news.
I have.
In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottree Company's lawyers are scrambling.
The lawyers. Oh,
everything's about to change.
Love the voice
Anyone
acting.
proven to be a blood relative is about to get much
Am I a blood
richer.
relative?
I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees.
Genealogy genie,
as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test.
Oh.
Pass, and I can promise you
I'm not good at tests. Oh. Complete the family tree of the Roottree sisters. Siblings are in birth order. Oldest. Youngest. Examine my evidence. Search the internet for clues. Fill in the names. Fill in the occupations. Fill in the photos. Sleuth! It's a scam, probably. Wait, okay, so before we get into anything else, my theories, okay? I just right off the bat, I don't know anything about this game. I'm just going to give off my theories. So one is, we know the dad's a CEO, And so maybe either, like, he got caught up in some shady business. Maybe he faked his whole family's death. Or his own and actually killed his family. That would be terrible. But that's theory 1. Theory 2 is it was a hit job. So because he's a CEO of some candy company, I don't know why they would want him dead. But you know what? I don't pretend to know corporate greed. So someone... Yeah, why are we leaving it to me? Apparently she called me a genealogy genie, so I don't really know what that means, but anyways. So maybe it was some kind of hit job, or maybe I'm just completely wrong and it was literally just a freak accident and it was just a plane crash, but I love theorizing. Okay, complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Okay, so I'm assuming they're not triplets then. They look a lot alike, which they're sisters, I get, but... Okay, so the oldest sister has a spouse. That's apparently... We don't know who it is, but we do know that they're married. The middle and youngest, we don't know, I guess. What happens if I... Oh! Sorry. Sounds like me. You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. To get started, click on Faces on your Evidence tab. Period. Evidence. Evidence! Sorry. Got milk picture is... Yeah, when in doubt, always blame the husband. You know what? You're so right for that. I don't like it being called got milk picture. Anyways, the person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches. I cannot read. This is terrible for me. On which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Rootree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. Huh? See, look how similar they are. That's why I thought they were. Who do you think's the oldest? My guess is... Actually, this one looks the oldest. I was going to say the middle, but this one looks like the oldest. Just going off the way she's dressed, I'm assuming Wright is the oldest. I don't know which one's the youngest out of these two. Those are just my theory. Sorry, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, we already know. Oh, wait, no. We know the oldest is married, and I only... Oh, yeah, I was right, I think. This one's got the ring on. Period. We love being smart. Can I click on anything else in here? Oh, I can move it. Right looks like the oldest. The middle oldest, maybe the left, and the middle is probably the youngest. Yeah, so we know this one's the oldest because she's got the ring on, and we know that the oldest is married. So this one's the oldest. This one might be the youngest, but this one also looks like she could be the youngest, so I don't know. Right, so I can go back here now. And I think this one's the oldest. I'm not going to put anything here yet because I don't really 100% know. And I don't think there was anything else I could click on. But there was other evidence. Evidence! Sorry. Gotta love AI pictures, honestly. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Women. Eloise. Oh, we don't know Eloise's last name, I guess. Gwyneth Anderson, Deborah Bean, Laura Carlson, Stephanie Cattrall, Patricia Christensen, Sarah Cosell, Danielle Franks, Luisa Garcia, Bonnie Hudson, Edith Jacobson, Patricia Jones, Bethany Kellogg, Stephanie Landon, Clara Lansing, Diamond LaRue, Jane LaRue, Kim LaRue, Helen Lennon, Gwyneth Madsen, Nicole Madsen. Hey, that's my middle name. Not Madsen, Nicole. Joan Monroe, Angelica Morden, Caroline Morden, Gwendolyn Morden, April Quaritch, Jessica Rafferty LaRue, Katrina Rafferty LaRue. They named one of their daughters Candy. Okay, they make candy, so they're like, oh, we're just gonna name our daughter Candy, whatever. Carly Rootree, Gwendolyn Rootree, Gwen Rootree, Christina Rootree, Lauren Rootree, oh, there's got a notification. Margolite is an interesting name. November, not the name in her November. Raina Riley, Samantha, Tessa, Rootree, Nicole Smith, Anna Nicole Smith, Penelope, love the name Penelope, Penelope Tessa Green, Brenda White, Catherine Wilkins, and Jem Wilson. That's just all the women. Jesus. Sam Cottrell, Linus Cornwall, Walter Forsythe, Christopher Hudson, Guy Hudson, Brian Jones, David Kellogg III, David Kellogg IV, Mark Landon, Ernest Madsen Jr., James Morden, Guy Hudson, I know, Zachariah Morden, Chris Rafferty, Clark Rafferty, Jacob Rafferty, Carl Roottree, that's the dad, I'm pretty sure, Clancy Edward Roottree, Clancy Roottree Jr., Edward Roottree, Elias Roottree Jr., Elias C. Roottree, why are there so many Eliases? Elias M. Roottree, Jack Roottree, James Roottree, Miracle Roottree Jr., Miracle Roottree III, Robert Roottree, Ronald Roottree, Wolf Roottree, okay, Thomas Sheridan, Stephen Wilson, and Zach Wilson. There were so many Wiltrees on this flight. Like, can I ask why? Where's their names? Okay, I can't click on this apparently. Wolf Roottree, I know. So, the only person whose last name we don't know is Eloise, which is interesting to me. Everyone keep Eloise in your memories, because why is she the only... Why is she the only one whose name we don't know? Examine my evidence. Search the internet for clues. Oh my god, the 1998 internet. Oh, hold on. No, welcome. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer or burn a music CD to listen to later. Not burning a music CD. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new History feature. Happy surfing, and remember, cashew PCs are delicious. What? Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Okay. Now oh my god. Not dial-up? This is a throwback. It's so loud. Spider search? Pro tip. You can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. I'm already kind of overwhelmed. Candy. It's the only sister's name that I remember. Roottree. Search. Ah. Roottree. First few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash, obviously. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Roottree Candy Company. Sounds like our internet. Most articles mention Carl Roottree, who was the president of the Roottree Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottree sisters. They've been famous from a very early age. Okay, TikTok children. I was thinking, like, let's just look at their Instagram, but this is 1998, so... Instagram doesn't exist. What am I supposed to be looking for? What is this? Notebook? Oh! Welcome to your notepad. On each page, other than this one, you can jot down important information such as names, family relationships, marital status, sibling count, or anything else you'd like to remember. Page titles can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser, or evidence, for the quick option to add it to your notes. The entire contents of your notepad are saved, even if you quit the game. Don't forget to check them when you return. Family reminders. Siblings, often referred to as brothers or sisters. People that share the same parents. Cousins. Emily, me and you. Sometimes referred to as first cousins. People that share the same grandparents, but not the same parents. I don't even bother with, like, first cousin, second cousin, third cousin. Like, everyone's just my cousin. Sometimes referred to as distant cousins. People that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Third cousins could also sometimes be referred to as distant cousins. People that share the same great-great-grandparents, but not the same great-grandparents. Jesus Christ. American school terms, the way that they have to have this. K through 12 stands for kindergarten to 12th grade. This includes all schooling from ages 5 to 18. Schools produce yearbooks, which are albums of stage photos of the students, typically with solid color or cloudy backrooms. Backgrounds. Yeah, there's like third cousins, second cousins, but I don't even care about all that. Everyone's just like, backrooms, I know. Okay. Add page. I love having notes. Wait, so what all do we know now? Hello? Why can't I... Sisters. Hello, sisters! We don't know which sister's which. We just know oldest is married. That's where the family went. Problem solved. Britt is a genius. Honestly, it's about time you realize that. The only thing we know is the oldest is married. We don't know which sister's which. Do we? Am I just completely bald? Like... Okay, I take that back. Okay. I feel like... Home? Oh! Can I... Oh, okay, so it's just a point-and-click game. Oh, the notorious Montjoys. Eunice Montjoy. Pip Gittins. Mia Fothergill. Excuse me. Nigel Bunyan. Rodney Bunyan. Anne Bunyan. Dermot Montjoy. Valerie Montjoy. Is this supposed to be like a Romeo and Juliet thing? Pip Montjoy. It's the Montagues and the Capulets. Pip Montjoy, Royston Montjoy, Niels Montjoy, and not Bubbles. Okay, how do I get out of this? Oh! Mystery comics, tales of suspense. I can just leave? Riot Girl! Maybe we'll need their date soon? Yeah, but those aren't the Roottrees, so why are they important to me? Ooh, what's this? Oh, that's just my desk. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I'm gonna be completely honest. What is this? Currently playing music. Sooner. Maybe secret code. Oh, maybe. I don't really know what to search. Maybe just the Roottree sisters. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottree sisters' modeling careers. You can also come across an unofficial Roottree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes. Search the father. Raina is the most famous. Oldest! Oh! Hold on! Oldest. Edit. Oldest. Raina is such a cute name. Can I just say that? Raina is married. Okay. Raina is most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Who's TMS? Married to TMS. Okay. Everyone keep that in your noggin. But Riley is the smart one. Riley must be the middle. Oh no, Riley must be the youngest one because Rose is a middle child. Riley is the youngest? Question mark. And why are they all RH? Raina with an RH, Riley with an RH, and Rose with an RH. Is that... You think that's a hint to something? Probably not. Is the middle... I just spelled middle wrong. Middle child. Okay, so we know that now. Rose is a middle child like me. You might think they are rich just because they're models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company. And their mom, Brenda, is... Okay. Let's write this. Hold on. We already know Dad, whose name is Carl, is the president of candy company. And Mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. Oh, okay. Let me write that. Root. I eat Roottree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps. TMS maybe in the family list we saw. Yeah, we'll look back at that in a second. And try to dress in plaid root, clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Sometimes I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. The website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about Root fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay, well, you don't know that, first of all. I guess I should rename this from Sisters to The Family. There we go. Alright. Well, let's go back here because we know that this is Raina, I think. Raina is the oldest. Oh, period. Raina. Yeah, Emily, you literally have no room to talk. They're models, right? Like, that would be their occupation, I guess. Okay, so the middle... Wait a second. But how am I gonna know which one's who? Because I know their names. I guess we know that Rose is the middle one, but we don't know what she looks like. Why does Rose not pop up? Wait a second. Let's just filter by Roottrees. Rose isn't in here. Hold. Where's my evidence? Evidence? Why wouldn't she be in here? Maybe. But no, because it said... It's right here. It's talking about them. Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS, but Riley is a smart one. Rose is a middle child. I'm also confused because it said that all of the family, everyone died, but Rose isn't in there? Let's just look to see if there's a TMS in here. We're looking... Oh, wait, it would be in the men. I'm assuming. Actually, you know what? That's just me assuming. Team... I'm not... Oh, there's Thomas. Maybe it's Thomas? There's a Thomas Sheridan. Maybe, Thomas. We can put that for now, I guess. Okay, well, we know that... Whoops. We know that apparently Riley might be the youngest. Which would be over here. Riley. And I'm assuming she is also a model, because I said they were all models. But we don't know which one she is. Okay, so we got that back. Raina. Okay. No, see, it gives me the same damn thing. Rose. Ooh. Rose Roottree is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Emily, same brain. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. Rose is giving middle, yeah, she's giving middle child. I think that's because she is. Can't find what you're looking for? If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. These searches will sometimes help directly. Even when they don't, you'll get additional context. Okay, so... But Rose isn't in here. I'm so confused. Because that's like the manifest for the flight, but she's not in here. I'm fucking confused, love. Riley and Raina were, but... Well, we know that she's a model. Baby is insane. My occupation is baby, thank you. Okay. What happens if we search Riley? Okay, that just leads back to the fan site as well. So, Root. Love that it just says fashion. Root, the period is part of the name. Oh, of course, you can't forget the period. Is a clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards a target audience. One of them has this to say: you spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly, okay, on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you two can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina. Yeah, they mention her as the sister, but she wasn't on the flight. But it said, unless I'm completely bald, that all the family, the mom, the dad, the sisters, were all on the flight and they all died. So why isn't Rose showing? Like, am I just completely bald? Like, am I missing something? Or, I don't know. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them, because she's the oldest, that makes sense. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly. That makes sense now. Okay. Carly. Wait. So, let's just assume Raina and Riley are their real names. Why would they name the middle child Carly? Wait. Okay, you know how it's always like middle children? The middle child is always like the forgotten one. What if Carly killed her family? Thoughts? I mean, we still don't know. We still don't know what they look like. Am I just completely bald? Like, the tea is really piping hot here. We need to actually write that in so I don't forget, because I will. I think it was in here. Rose is the middle child. Real name Carly. I just spelled Carly wrong. Carly. Maybe they had a spouse that was created or needed protection from someone. That's what I was thinking. And then they found them and killed them. I find it so interesting though, because if it's also bothering me that this is laid out differently than these, but that's because she's anyways, let me just move on from that. But it's really interesting to me, if Raina and Riley are their real names, why they named Rose Carly. It would make sense why she'd want to go by Rose, because she wants to be like her sisters, I guess, but like, it's so weird to me. Okay, but what if I search... Hold on, close this. Carly... I think we searched Candy first, but we can try it again. You discover a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottrees girls lists the answers Raina, Carly, and Riley. The explanation below the answer states that Rose was originally born... Oh, her middle name's Rose. Okay, Carly Rose Roottree. Apparently her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottree Jr. Actually, that does make sense now. But after finding out they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, a now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sister had RH names, and she was the odd one out. That's when she began to go by her middle name. Okay, it does make sense that they would, like, they planned, but they could have just named her Rose. Like, Rose Carly, even, if they still wanted to use the Carly. It just... makes me feel bad for Carly. Or Rose. Sorry, Carly. Sorry, Rose. What the fuck? Okay, anyways. I still don't know their faces. Like, I feel like I should, but I don't. Because we don't know which one's which. Photo. No. Okay. Well, I tried. Let's just try, see what comes up if we type in Carl. Did we have to do that? Oh. Okay, well, let's look back at the picture. I can't tell just from looking at them who the youngest and the middle one is. Maybe their taste in clothes? I don't think it does. But, like, if something would say, like, I don't know, Rose has her ears pierced and Riley doesn't. But it doesn't say anything like that. The only one I can tell easily was the oldest because she's married. Whatever, I'm just gonna assign a picture. We're gonna say that this is Rose. Rose, and we're gonna say that's Riley. Figure out what's incorrect. Oh. Well, fuck me, I guess. There we go. I did good, I guess. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following optional entry, Thomas Sheridan. Period. And that's on what? Period. Okay. No, that's overthinking it, literally. Of course. Makes sense. Okay. Who's knocking?
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
I got hired, guys.
The reward for untangling the family tree.
Still don't trust her. Yeah, me neither.
Life-changing, even. But here's the catch.
There's always a catch.
The Roottrees go way, way back.
Over there?
The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
She's got, like, faith in me.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
That's usually how family trees work, blood relatives.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional. But filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
Okay, unique.
What kind of unique? People are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. Okay. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I immediately forgot everything she just said. Hello? Why are you back?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you.
So who is she? Did she say who she was? Like, a representative of them? I thought she was maybe like a lawyer or something. Yeah, I don't trust her at all. Yeah, we need to fill... This is a little overwhelming, but it's also fun. Maybe she might be part of the family? Maybe, but I don't think so. Oh my god, look at me zooming out. Ugh! Right, so this would be their parents. So I'm assuming Carl would go here because he's the patriarch. It's his name, you know, so I'm assuming he would go here. Oh, that's not what I meant to click. Let me just search in Carl. Unknown occupation. He's the CEO? Would that be the right one to go with? President? I mean, technically he is the president, so I guess this one? I don't know. Then this is Brenda, yeah. Brenda White. I know that's probably her maiden name, but I figured it would... Oh, I guess her occupation doesn't matter. Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos? Interesting. Okay, so it doesn't look like Carl has any siblings, so that lady can't be an aunt. Unless there's a secret sibling. Interesting. Okay. What's this? This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It's aimed at kids from a teen magazine? It mentioned that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. Interesting. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Interesting. Do you think that because they're named after children, like the P, like me, Penelope! I remember someone's name being Penelope, but like what I was gonna say is the C, like, is the first letter of their name, maybe? I don't know. There's 5 flavors. I'm just clicking on this just in case it needs to be clicked on and like go in the... That's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Interesting. What was... Okay, I have to actually check what Penelope's last name was because I don't remember. Penelope. I just remember her name being Penelope because I said that I like that name. Oh, it's Penelope Tessa Green. Well, that's not a Roottree name, but that doesn't mean she can't be related. Alright, now what was this? This is a list of notable Roottrees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it could be found easily via your search engine. Okay, Carl Roottree, Elias and Gwyneth Roottree, Gwen Roottree, Red Roottree, Jim Roottree, Lauren Roottree, and Miracle Jr. Hold on. Miracle Jr., but why wouldn't Miracle Sr. be... Hold on, where are they? Wait, where are they? Are they men? They are. Miracle I've only ever known to be a girl's name, but, you know, what do I know? So, we're only interested in Miracle Jr., not Senior or the Third? That's interesting to me. Anyone else think the Miracles were women? Probably just me. Okay, any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable Roottrees will be crossed out after they are verified and locked. Easy to find online. Oh. The Roottree sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. See, that's why I thought she was a lawyer. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Interesting. Okay, so what does this mean? Huh! Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. Okay, at the start of your search, the notables list set off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations, I don't know why I struggled with that word, come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay, I read all that, but didn't absorb any of that information. Y'all ever do that? That just me? Right. So, how I'm supposed to find their pictures is what the fuck ever. Okay. Let's go back to search. Me every day. Right. So, what was I doing? Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. Can I just copy and paste this? Wait, can I actually? Oh. Wait, hold. What came up? Highlight. Ooh. Period. Oh. So I search for them individually. Period. Oh, something printed? I didn't tell it to print. Okay, let's... Elias. Roottree. Carl's father. And what was the woman's name? Gwyneth? Gwyneth? I'm assuming this is Carl's. Oh, we got pictures! Period. Carl's mother, I'm assuming. Okay, okay. Elias was the founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Company. You find was essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there is a picture of him and his wife, Gwyneth. That picture has been added to my evidence. There is also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 Pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent... So wait, hold on. So that means I was completely... Wait a second. Wait. If this... Wait. No, Elias would be his grandpa. I think. No. Whichever one has 5 kids. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think Elias and Gwyneth would be up here then. They would be Carl's grandpa. Great-great-grandpa, I think. Okay. Carl's great-great-grandfather. And then we just copy this. Whoops. And put it here. I think. And then we need to... Let me, like, put them in. I'm not gonna have their names, but... Oh! It literally... Oh my god. It literally says it right here. And I thought I ate. Gwyneth... You think her... Her maiden name is Anderson? I'm confused as to... unless she goes by her maiden name, which is completely fine. But if she doesn't, I'm confused as to why in the manifest on the plane, it would use their maiden name and not their married name. But, like, that's just assuming that they go by their... thing. Whatever. You guys know what I was trying to say. Oh, so no, he would be the first president. And then whoever took over, which I'm assuming would be Elias Jr., but I don't actually know. But Elias would be first. Whoever this one would be second. They would be third. So, wait, where's Kyle? I almost called him Kyle. Carl would be 1, 2, 3. He would be the 4th. He would be the 4th one. He's not even the first. I did get more evidence. Here. Oh! This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Rootrees list in your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. This looks like a haunted picture, can I be honest? Okay, well that's Gwyneth, and that's Elias. Honestly, why is Elias kinda, you know? I guess I'm gonna put in Gwyneth. Maybe I should try searching her maiden name? Gwyneth. Oh, I didn't even finish reading all this. You're done. Okay. Did it say? It just said Gwyneth. It doesn't say Gwyneth Anderson or whatever. After 5 Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy, by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out. Like his great-grandson, Carl... Sorry, I don't know why I struggled with that sentence. Like his great-grandson, Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. You think I should put that down in my notes? Periodicals, public library. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. Okay, right, so let's try Gwyneth Anderson. Maybe I should, I'm just gonna capitalize her last name. Interesting. Okay, so it is. Okay. Gwyneth Anderson. No brothers. Okay, so she inherited the farm, but technically it went to her husband because women, you know, back in the 1900s, they couldn't own a damn thing. So, Gwyneth Anderson, Maple Farm. I don't know. I'm just gonna put that in there so I don't forget it. She was Gwyneth Anderson. She has no brothers. Yeah. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. I also want to... Hold on. Yeah, this. Sorry, I'm full of burps. I want to... Can you search it? Yeah, I was thinking searching that and the farm name next. I don't know what to call this, but family info, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. 5 pieces is what I want to focus on. Oh. Edit. 5 pieces. We have cool chocolate. So strawberry. Power plum. Bad blue raspberry and awesome apple. Just because, like, I don't know if... So their last name would be Roottrees unless they were a woman and they got remarried. So let's look at the manifest. Why was the whole damn family on this flight? Where were they going? You know? That's why I'm like, did they all need to relocate or something? Because why was everyone and their mother on this plane? Let me search up Roottrees. Wait, I can't? Whatever. Candy, that could be one of them. Because there's cool chocolate, so candy could mayhaps be one of Elias's kids. Or the C could be for Carl. No, Carl is the great-grandkid. Never mind. Right. So we have bad blue. I don't see a B for, at least for women. I don't see an S. Oh, there's a Samantha. Samantha for strawberry is what I was mayhaps thinking. Let's write that down. So, mayhaps cool chocolate equals candy. Roottrees. And so strawberry equals Samantha. Okay, let's look at the men. Do we have to? Sorry. Is there a B? I don't see a B. Or maybe an R for raspberry? I mean, there's a Robert and a Ronald. Was there an R for women? It could be for Ronald or Robert. And is there an A? I don't see an A. Interesting. So we have the cool chocolate, possibly. Well, you did see April, but I don't think that was a root tree. Because we're looking specifically at the root trees. But I do remember reading April. But it could be her, maybe root tree could have been her maiden name and maybe she changed her name. I don't know yet. I think we should eventually type in all of these names to see if we get anything about that, but we haven't gotten to that yet. I'm gonna put in, I don't think this would be, but for the bad blue raspberry, I'm gonna put in Robert or Ronald. I don't think they would, because you would assume it would be starting with a B and not an R, but because raspberry is technically in the name, I'm just gonna put that. But for the P, I don't know. Penelope is the only P name I remember, but her last name is Tessa Green, but she could be married. She could have gotten married, I don't know. Okay, right. Not gonna lie, I forgot what I was gonna do. So, is housewife an option? Because she was a... Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. Because she... Oh, you know what? You're so right for that. Did I read everything here? I think so. 5. Okay. From marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are the iconic candies sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through to the website, it seems like all their image links are broken. What is a periodical? Is that a stupid thing to ask? Spider search. No? Okay. I'll try searching Charles Lee, not Carl's Lee. Okay, well, you know what? Let me try 5 pieces. Let's search a periodical. What? Internet's largest database. Oh, magazines? Charles Lee, you could search next after the Maple Farm. Yeah, I tried searching Charles Lee. Charles Lee. Be sure to have the correct magazine or newspaper name. Oh. What was the... What the heck? My game just crashed? Oh, hey, the game crashed. So fun. I'm hoping the game autosaves, but, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I wanted to see the Butler County Times is what I was, You're kidding! I have to start over? Okay, hold on. Let me try launching it this way. Let's see. Please say continue or something. No! Okay, well, we didn't get too far. Do I have to manually save? Because it didn't tell me how. I don't know. I skip this? Thoughts? Hold to skip. Hold to skip.
I know it's late.
I'm really trying. Complete the family tree. Oh, hold to skip. Because there's not a save. I mean, there's a save and quit, but how? Save and quit? I don't understand. How the fuck do I save? Oh. Oh. I don't know how to save. Okay, we have this. We know that she's the oldest. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember which one was which. Like, I don't remember. I know that's Raina. I know the youngest was Rose? No, the middle was Rose. But her name is Carly. Carly? So that means this one's Riley. And they were all models. Models. Or you can put it in, it will let you know if you're wrong, yeah. Thomas. I need to search the internet for clues still. I gotta go. Okay, while that's connecting, let me see how to save. You can either... I don't know how to save. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know how to save. Like, surely you can save. Is that... Okay, figure out what's incorrect. Okay, so... This must be that one, and that one must be that one. There we go. We don't have my notes anymore, though, which is annoying. Okay, hold to skip. Yeah, my poor notes. Oops. Okay, family info. Or family. Raina is the oldest. Married to Thomas Sheridan. Rose. OG name. Carly is the middle. Oh my god, I spelled middle wrong again. And Riley is the youngest. Carl and Brenda are the parents. Yeah. Can you go back in the VOD and see what... I think you can. Hold on. I don't... Hold. Everyone hold. Hold. Ah, shut up, Brittany. Don't talk. Respectfully, of course. Okay. Okay, I remember that I had in family info. Emily, sorry if you're typing. I'm literally in another tab, so I can't see it. Family info, we had the 5 pieces candy. Cool. I don't know how to spell. Chocolate. So, strawberry. Sour plum. Bad blue. Raspberry. And an awesome apple. Why do I not know how to spell? And then we had Carly. Oh no, I typed it in like this. Chocolate. Carly. Let me see if I can find where I actually had that in there. And I had strawberry. Samantha. And then I remember I had the R's. Oh, sorry, I went past it. I'm just looking through my VOD. Okay, yeah. Bad blue, raspberry, Robert, or Ronald. There. I think that's all I had in that one for now, anyway. Emily, are you saying anything? Yeah. I don't know how to save. Now I have to go find the... Oh. Where'd it go? Okay, everyone hold. There we go. Now I go back to this, and we had Carl is the 4th president of Candy Company. Brenda, what was her maiden name? I don't remember. Brenda White, apparently. Brenda, maiden name White, is a fashion designer company called Root, and it said the period is important, so we'll remember that. Then we have Elias, whoops, Roottrees, Carl's great grandfather, and Gwyneth Anderson. I'll put Anderson. Carl's great. I had them in 2 separate things, but Gwyneth's family owned... What was their farm called? I'm just gonna call it Maple Farm. That's what I called it before. Okay. I think that's all the information I had written down. I'm so mad, though, that this stupid game crashed. I don't know how to save. How to save the game. Sorry, I'm full of burps. Built-in save feature from the game. There isn't one. Am I just completely bald? Like, hello? There's a save and quit, but that's it. I don't want to quit. I feel dumb. Hello? Is there, like... What all can I click on? What if... No, I thought I could click on the door. I cannot. I don't know how to save. It says use the prompt by the game, but hey bestie, there isn't one. Yeah. What? I don't want to... Like, I don't want to search too much because I don't want to see spoilers, but, like, I don't know how to fucking save. Do I just have to... Like... Do I just have to save and quit when I want to save? And then load back into it? Because that's what it's feeling like. And I guess we'll find out if it's saved when we come in here. Yeah, okay. So I guess that's just what we have to do. So Emily, if you could do the save reminders in the things like you do when I play Sims 4. Or any Sims for that matter. Because other than that, like, I don't know how we're supposed to save. Because I felt like, you know, when you push escape, there should be like a save option. But apparently there is fucking not unless I'm just an idiot besides this. So, anyways, let's just get back to where we were. I need to put in Carl. Oh, we don't have a picture of Carl yet. Well, but I know his name is Carl, so put that in there. It kind of sucks that, like, why can't we have a picture of Brenda? We have a picture of, Gwyneth. Oh, I have to search for their picture again. Hold on. Let me get all of these to show that they're still new, because they're not. Spider search. Gwyn. Yeah, okay, here's their picture again. We have Gwyneth, we have Elias. Wait. He's still alive? Because why was he on the plane? Or, hold on. Is this not the plane's manifest? Like... It's just... Oh, so, no, it's not people who were on the plane. It's just people who are in the family or connected to the family. Okay, why did I think this was the plane's manifest? Like, who was all on the damn plane? I don't know. And he was the first president. We have... Not Brenda. Gwyneth. She was a housewife. She was a fairy. Okay. So I think we're back to where we were. Brenda's calling because of drama. Okay. I think we're back to where we were. I just need to fill this in. President. 4th? Who will be the 5th one then? Do you think it'll be Raina because she's the oldest? Or like Thomas because he's her husband? I don't know. Okay, so we have them. I'm just gonna save and quit because there's no save. It pisses me off. Okay. So we have Elias and Gwyneth. I need a picture of Carl. I swear I tried touching it up. Ooh. I swear I tried looking up Carl. He died in the recent plane crash along with his wife, Brenda, and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was a president as well as a... Wait. Okay, whatever. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman. Maybe I should write that. Elias and Carl both earned Watchman of the Year title. I don't know if that's going to be important, but... Okay. So maybe in... Oh. Hold on. Let's... Elias... We were looking for the... We can search this in the... Okay, let's just copy it. Paste it. And... Bess Williams. Search. An old book about Elias. There's no downloadable version because the book is impossible to find these days. Okay. Rude, first of all. Let's search up 5 Pieces again. Because there was that one book. This one. Copy. Paste. What was his name? Charles something? Charles Lee? Charles. Ooh. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 Pieces from the 1930s. Wait. Miracleberry! There was someone named Miracle. You found this advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 Pieces. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, Miracleberry. Right, so it would probably be... Okay, everyone hold. Everyone fucking hold. OG flavors from 1928 is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and miracle. Surely Miracleberry is not a real thing. It seems made up, but whatever. So we have that. Now let's look at this. Is there a G? I mean, there's a Gwendolyn and there's a Gwen. Is there a G for the men? No, so it's probably Gwendolyn or Gwen. Where the hell is it? Here it is. Okay, so what if we're not going by these, we're going by these? This would make more sense because these are the original. So grape, Gwen, oh my god, Gwen or Gwendolyn, elderberry. Is there an E? Well, I mean, there's Elias. Maybe Elias Jr.? That would make sense. That would be Elias' son. Elias Jr. Mayhaps. Cinnamon extract. There's a Clancy. Obviously there's Carl, but he doesn't count because he's the great grandkid. But there is also Candy. Candy or we could try Clancy as well. I don't think it would be Clancy Jr. because Clancy Jr. would be Clancy's son. So we'll do Clancy. We have Melon. Is there an M? I mean, there's Miracle, but I would imagine Miracle is Miracleberry. So is there a woman with... There's Margolite. Margolite? Maybe? Mayhaps? Margolite. And then we have Miracleberry. Miracle. I'm so surprised that Miracle is a man because I've always thought of it to be a woman's name, but whatever. Okay, so now we have those. So let's but we don't know who the oldest is, but maybe we should go... Maybe we should search them up. Gwen... Roottrees. What did we get? Oops. Let me close this for a second. Oh, she's beautiful! This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwen Roottrees. You have seen it on multiple websites about old films. Gwen is on the notable Roottrees list. In your evidence, she'll be marked on the chart with a star. Let's save her picture. I don't know where it would go, but we're gonna save it. She's fucking beautiful. Okay. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwen is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. Family. Gwen Roottrees was an actress in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to Evidence. Gwen was the granddaughter. Okay, so Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias, the founder of Roottrees Crandy. So likely the grape is for Gwendolyn. Of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name. Yeah, I'm assuming the mother is Gwendolyn. Let's just type that. Mother Gwendolyn. And let's come to the family tree. We know that Gwen is... She would have a star on her name. So she's got to be this one, or this one. Which would make her mother this one, or this one. Okay, Gwen Roottrees was an actress in the 1950s. Okay, well, let's search up maybe Gwendolyn. Try to see if we get anything there. Gwendolyn. Interesting. Did I spell her name right? Close this. I'm full of burps. Yeah, I spelled her name right. Okay. Gwendolyn Roottrees. What was the magazine called? Boston, or not Boston. Was it Boston? I don't remember. And I don't think it's in here. Did it say over here? No. Does it maybe say if I search plane? There are many articles about the recent plane crash. Almost all of them reiterate what you've heard on the news. There was an icy storm that affected the area much earlier and harsher than expected, and the pilot reported a loss of control before calling in a mayday. Experts don't have all the information yet, but some are speculating it has to do with wind shear, a sudden downward burst of wind. On one article, you spot some comments saying the Roottrees must be cursed after so many deaths in the family. Other commenters insist the Roottrees curse isn't a real thing. Interesting. Family info. Roottrees curse. The arguments start somewhat civil but go on and on for 6 pages. There are 25 comments per page, and by midway down the 3rd page, they've deteriorated into a full-flame war. Newspaper. I don't know what it was called. Wait, you know what? How I can find out if I do this. The Butler County Times. Why did I say Boston? I have no idea. But it's the Butler County Times. Don't let me forget that. Butler County Times. Butler County Times. Gwendolyn. I spelled Rootree wrong. No. Okay. Maybe if I just search. Oh. Boulder County Times has played host to many Rootree advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Wait. It added... These are just for books. Okay, let's search some of the names. Let's search... Where the hell is this? We have Vanilla Louise, but we don't know who that is. Let's search Deborah Bean, maybe? No. Okay. Maybe I need to not have it. Oh. No. Okay. Well, I tried. No, not that. Laura Carlson? Thoughts? It sets it up like this, though, and I don't think... No. Stephanie... Cottrell? I'm not getting anything for these. Let's specifically search up some of the Roottrees. Candy Roottree. I think I tried that already, though. Yeah. What about Christina? Christina Roottree. No. Okay. Lauren? Lauren is such a basic name. Sorry to anyone named Lauren. Brittany's also a basic name, so I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. Oh! Author Lauren Roottree, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name Lauren Rafferty to little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II. Okay. I'm gonna call this one Main Family. And add another one called, like, Distant Family. I don't know if I should count Gwendolyn as distant or not, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll just copy it and put it in here as the first one. Save that. And we can delete that one. And then I want to also... Lauren Roottree. Married name Rafferty. Was an author in the 1960s. Famous book, A Life Between Wars. Her husband... Do we get a name for her husband? I don't think so. Died in World War II. Okay, so she was a mother. To coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style, and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, let's try and search up her book, maybe, and see if we get anything from that. Copy that. What is it? Did she... We can try both, I guess. If we can't find anything for Lauren Rafferty, we can try Roottree, but I'm going to try Roottree first. Here we go. Published 1965. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Y'all, we hit the fucking jackpot here. Let's just go see what these are. Okay, hold on. Close this. Wait, did I save that one? Let's just save that for a second. I also will be saving and quitting, so I can save that information because that was huge. Luckily, the loading screens don't take that long, but, like, it's still so annoying that I have to save and quit and then come back into it. Okay, I actually don't know why I came to this. I meant to come in here. Okay, so we've got this one. We got some pictures. Okay. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottree is on the notable Roottrees list in your Evidence. She will be marked in the chart with a star. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Edit. Her husband Jacob died in the final months of World War II while she was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark. Son named Clark. Okay, so she only had the one child with Jacob. Never remarried and had only one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Okay. I have to write all this fucking information down. Okay, I'm so stressed. Okay, son named Clark. Granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on father's side. We don't know who her father is yet. Mother's maiden name Cosell. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust. We don't know her father's name yet, but that, yeah. Father was a lawyer, wrote Clanced Trust. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation. The Free Spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her son. I'm gonna write that. 5 pieces. First generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. I wish I could, like, you know, push enter and it would come down here, but it doesn't. The next generation. Oops. Lauren's gen. The Free Spirits. Gen after Lauren's. Her son. I don't know if it's going to be important, but I'm just going to write it down just in case. Okay, so we got that. Oh. Did I know that I could... Hold on. Were there other things that I... Oh, okay. If I just do this, it goes like that? Interesting. I'll come back to those ones. Come over here. In an entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Rootrees' Diary, written in 1953, this entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen, who is on the notable Rootrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer, when I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot... Okay. I'm assuming Margot would be Gwen's mother. Which I'm assuming Margot would be Margoline. Whatever. Margot. And Margot is Lauren's aunt. And I'm assuming Gwen is her cousin. During the summer when I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and then I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess. But she just complained to her I was the lucky cousin. Oh, to her I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage did we know? Yeah, we knew that Gwen was the actress. So her mother's not Gwendolyn, it's Margot. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. I need to edit this. Margot. Okay. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? Oh, that's so sad. But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world is jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwen. Interesting. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren's diary written in 1958 focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company in the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Ooh, okay, not the dig. Right, so we got some information here that I need to write down. So, none of Elias's sons wanted to be president of the company when he retired. So it went to his grandsons, I'm assuming. Instead, particularly to Zach. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. So, but Clancy was volunteered, but it ended up going to Zach. Okay. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5P. I'm not sure how that's relevant. Angie is older than Zach. Particularly Zach. Angie, whoever the fuck she is older than Zach. Just have that, written down. I'm the next oldest. So Zach is probably Lauren's cousin. Angie is older than Zach. Okay. Sam from Lauren Roottrees. 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Alright. Is this a child born out of wedlock? Thoughts? Sam. Whoops. Sam is a distant relative that Gwyneth, was that yeah, Gwyneth, I'm assuming, had forced Elias into including in family gatherings. Samantha, probably, by the way. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives. Wait, did I? Obscure family. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told, trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. So we know that... Let me see. We know... Actually, I don't think I'm going to write it down, but maybe I should. I don't know. So we know that, for example, the next gen, which was Lauren's gen, includes Angie and Zach. We only know those three are in that for so far. Gwen's and and Gwen, I think. But the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands EC and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine. Is Sam a boy? I don't know. I was assuming Sam was a girl because Samantha, but maybe it's a boy. I don't know. Where the hell was I? Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. Maybe it is a girl? I have no idea. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to Bludder is thicker than syrup. Why is Granddad making an exception now? Probably because that's your granddad's daughter out of marriage. But if it was, why would the mom want it if it wasn't her? I don't know. I feel like I need to write down who's part of... I also wish that I could move notes in here to like... But I can't. I guess I could delete this and then copy it again and... Because we know that the next generation consists of Lauren, Zach, who else? Angie, I think. Angie and Gwen. Whoops. Gwen. I don't know if it includes Sam. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us. I'm assuming Miracle's boys as well. Clancy swore maybe Clancy is part of that generation. Clancy? Miracle's boys, whose names we don't know yet. Eli, I guess there's Eli? I don't know who Eli is. I think that's all of that generation for now. Okay. So what we know, oh, Emily, you gotta see old girl. Hold on. Look how beautiful she is. That's Gwen. We found a lot of information at once that we're still going over. When I searched up whatever the fuck it was that I searched up, we found a lot of information, like a lot of these things, like even just in this, we have so many things to go through. Yeah, I know, Gwen is beautiful. This is Lauren and her husband, called Clark. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake. And Danielle, okay. So we know that the Free Spirits... consists of... We know for sure Clark is part of it. Do you think the... Well, I guess maybe I'd be able to tell if I went to look at the family tree. Let me save that for a second. So let's say Lauren's dad would be here, Lauren would be here, her son would be here. So I don't think these girls are part of Clark's gen. But I don't know though. But so far we only know it consists of Clark. For sure. Oh, Danielle is his wife. Where's... Yeah, let me come back into here. Clark's... I'm assuming they're actually going to get married, but... is called Danielle. Danielle's much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. Okay. Carl. But that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Oh. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay. Interesting. So she's like, you know, the kids these days. What else was new? This one. We're gonna learn the 5 pieces. Oh my god. Look at him. Okay, Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. This picture... Oh, hold on. Let me take all their faces. That sounded weird. This picture was famous. Sorry. In our house, Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Is this Eli Jr.? Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it. Stop, Emily. Listen. The 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Wait, so that didn't tell me who was who. I only know that Eli Jr., which is this guy, I'm assuming. 5 pieces consists of Eli Jr. It's not Angie, because we know that Angie is part of Next Gen with Lauren. And I don't think... She said that Miracle was in it, but Miracle... Maybe Miracle is part of Lauren's gen, and Miracle's boys would be part of here? Because they said it was supposed to only be the 5 pieces, but... No, Miracle's gotta be his kid. I don't fucking know. Because the way that they reacted when Miracle was in it, but they said only the 5 pieces, so he's got to be part of it. So he would be 5 pieces, I think. Miracle? Which would then make sense that Miracle's boys would be here. Aunt Gwendolyn would be part of it. Would she? Unless she's a wife? She could be. Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn? That's only 3, though. Did we... Yeah, we had the elderberry for the E. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Was it in here? Yeah, we have elderberry, which we already knew was Elias Jr. Alright. Grape, we did have Gwen or Gwendolyn, but I'm pretty sure it's Gwendolyn. Because Gwen is part of Lauren's gen. I'm assuming Margot is... Who was Margot? I think Margot would be... I think Margot might be here as well. Margot? Because there's Melon, which could be for Margot. Hey, Brooke. Miracleberry, which is obviously for Miracle. Grape was for Gwendolyn. Elderberry's for Elias Jr. Cinnamon extract is for either Candy or Clancy. We don't 100% know, but I'm leaning more towards Clancy because we actually haven't heard of really Candy. So, leaning more towards Clancy. So, let's just add him in here. And Clancy? The only one I'm sure of is Eli Jr. Which would make sense because he's called Eli Jr., probably named after his dad, Elias. So, okay, I think we have that. So, I'm assuming Elias would be the oldest. However, this is only 4 because that's Elias. Let's see. Lauren's diary. Hold on. Let me get everyone's picture. So many pictures. Oh, that's that one guy. That's, oh God. Who was it? Because they said that they wanted someone who was big or something like that. What was it? It was like in this one, I think. No? This one, maybe. No? Yeah. Because I asked Clancy if he ever came up. Yeah, I think Zach. That one would be Zach because the mom said that he was a big back or something. I don't know. Let me get a drink. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also... Yeah, it's a guy, okay. I also didn't think it fair... Oh, no. I'm talking about Miracle now. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Yeah, why is Miracle always in fucking pictures that he's not supposed to be? He was in the 5-piece picture. Why is he in this one? Anyways. Okay. So... the oldest would go over here, so I'm pretty sure... I think this one was Eli. Old. No, not that one. It was this one. Yeah. Pretty sure that's Eli. Eli Jr. He wasn't... We don't know his occupation yet, but he wasn't the president. I don't think any of Elias's kids wanted it because they all had, like, established jobs already. And we'll have to look them up to see, like, job and... Because I know that Lauren said they were all, like, doctors, or I don't know about doctors. I remember someone saying, yeah, architects, preachers, and lawyers. So I don't know which one he was, but... Anyways, we have... Just going off this picture, I'm assuming this one's older than this one, but I don't actually know that for sure. I'm assuming Margot's the youngest because, well, actually, we saw these ones, but there's supposed to be a fifth one because this is the dad. So there's only 4 here. Where's the 5th one? I don't know, but because we have, hold on, we have Eli Jr., which is him, Miracle, which is him, I think. Hey, Emily. I feel like I'm in history class. Gwendolyn, Margot, and Clancy. We're missing Clancy. Thanks for the gifted sub. And also thanks for the save game. I do need to save the game. Let me do that now, actually. Sorry, I'm full of burps. Hey. Emily, we're really, really, really trying to figure this all out. But I'm confused. Whoops. This isn't really where I wanted to go. Because this picture, we know, is the 5 pieces. And we know that the 5 pieces, well, at least we're pretty sure. But the only one we're really sure of is Eli Jr., which is this man, which is actually really cute. But that's beside the point. And we're pretty sure this is Miracle because in the post, Lauren was complaining about Miracle and said that she wanted to be in it because she was the same age. So I'm assuming that's Miracle. And then we have these. No, this is Elias. That's the founder. He's not one of them. He's their dad, I think. And that's not the mom. Because mom, if we remember, mom is blonde. Oh, well, she's blonde too. But they don't look the same, in my opinion. So anyways, I don't know which one's Gwendolyn and which one's Margot. But I'm gonna assume this one's Margot. Because Margot, I think, is Gwen's mom. And Gwen, as we know, first of all, is beautiful, but she's blonde. So I'm gonna assume. I think Margot's this one because she's blonde. Now that doesn't mean that Gwen can't be blonde if her mom's a brunette, but I'm just gonna go with what I'm assuming. But I still don't know which one's older, Gwendolyn or Margot, so that it still doesn't really help me much. But I'm just gonna put them in for now. Well, we know that Miracle has at least 2 kids because Lauren said Miracle's boys. So he's got at least 2 kids. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We might be able to figure this out. Let me come in here. Oh. So. Whoops. So, I guess actually no, none of his kids are stars. Which sounds bad, but Gwen is, though. Gwen is on the star list. So I'm thinking maybe this is... Where the hell's Margot? Assuming that's Margot, but I don't know. I'll just put it and we can I also don't know what her job... I'm assuming she's a housewife because a lot of women were back then. So I'll put... Sorry, I thought I... Okay, I wasn't done, first of all. But I guess I got it right. Also not the following optional entry. Brenda White. That's the mom. Ooh, why are these X? Split up? Oh. Wait, so yeah, this is Gwen because she split up with her husband. I don't know what Margot's husband's name is, but this is definitely Gwen. Because she divorced her husband. There's so many. First of all, can we just talk about how many names start with GWY? First of all, can we just, why is there 2 Gwendolyns as well? Maybe one might be actually the maiden name. I don't know. Anyways, she was an actress. Okay, well, first of all, why is actor the only, whatever, doesn't matter. I don't know what her spouse's name was, and I also don't know her children yet. But hey, you know what? We're filling in some of it. So that means... Oh, and we know that well, there's 5. So Eli Jr., let's say Margot goes, or not Margot, what's the other one's name? 5 pieces. Gwendolyn. Let's say Gwendolyn goes there for now. But we don't know if... I'm gonna... Wait, hold on. Yeah, because... Yeah, I think this is Miracle. Because Miracle Jr., I remember being... Not on there. On here. And there is a star here, so I'm assuming this would be Miracle Jr. Whoop. But we don't have a picture of Miracle Jr. yet. We just know their name. I'm assuming. If we didn't have names and use the same ones, but Junior and first them. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. I don't know Miracle Jr.'s brother's name or anything like that. I also don't know Miracle's occupation. But we do know that Zach, whoever Zach is, we know he's the 2nd president. So we got all of this information from searching up Lauren. Okay. Let's see. Zac Efron. No, not Zac Efron. Okay, we also don't know who Elias Jr. Maybe we should search up Elias Jr. I have the same names this game. Oh, yeah. That's because a lot of, especially back in the day, a lot of people were really, like, carrying on my namesake. So there's a lot of juniors and the 3rds and the 4ths. Anyways. Let me search up Elias Roottrees Jr. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He's listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunch Top House. Maybe I should search up Hunch Top House? Hunch Top? Oh. Okay. Right. So we found out Dick Diddley about Elias Jr. Perfect. We don't know who... Do we know who Lauren's dad is? Or mom, I guess. We do, don't we? Hold on. Hold. Let's search up Clancy Trust. But we don't know the father's name. You ever do Charles Lee? I did. I don't think I found anything. I don't remember. Not James Charles. I'm trying to think what I need to search up next. Because the mom... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold. Everyone hold. Sarah. That might be her name because her mom's maiden name is Sarah. Sarah. I can try searching up Sarah. I doubt I'll get anything. Sarah. Is that how you spell it? Yeah. So... I don't remember if I did Maple Farm. I think so. Yeah, we did, I remember now. I'm really not that smart. I I need to find out about Elias Jr., but he wasn't in there. Maybe Butler County Times, Elias Roottrees Jr.? No, it just mentions maybe Hunch Top House? No. See, I only know... I don't know an author. Maybe if I just type in Roottree. No. Shut up, Emily. We know he was a lawyer, but that's kind of all we know. Maybe if we search up Roottree lawyer? No. Okay, well, let's just go back to searching up people's names, I suppose. Specifically the Roottrees. Let's search up Margolite. That is not what I meant to click. Margolite. No. Okay, I'm tired of coming up empty-handed here. Oh my god, that's not what I meant to click. We have... Oh, I forgot they named their kid November. November. Fantastic, fantastic. We have Raina, but we don't need those ones, unfortunately. We have Samantha as well. Samantha, I swear, is a child born out of wedlock, but... I don't know. I don't know. We also have Tessa. Okay. You know what? Let's actually... We might have better luck with the men, considering... the man's world, you know. Clancy. Let's try Clancy. Clancy. Fantastic, fantastic. I might need to type in maybe Edward, because it's... Oh! About time! Oh, it's pronounced Clancid, not Clanced. Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after... Okay. Okay. So Clancy, what? But she says Clancy's name by name. She doesn't say dad. Father was a lawyer and he wrote this. Huh? I'm confused. 'Cause she mentions Clancy by name. I don't know where the fuck it was. Was in here? Yeah, Clancy told me. Hey, Clancy's your dad, I thought. Because... she was a granddaughter, but her mother's name was Nicole. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop. Is there another Clancy? Like, is there a Clancy Jr.? There is a Clancy Jr. So maybe that's who she's referring to when she says Clancy. So I think this is her dad. Which would then make him... That would make him part of the 5 pieces, I think. I just don't know... Oh, see, I already had him there. But I wasn't sure, and I also don't know how old he is. Oh, let's read this and see if we get information. Named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias' son in the Roottree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. Shut up, Brooke. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, is a significant amount of money. Bedtime. You're welcome. I got you. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around. due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay, we have some information here. We have the Roottrees versus RR. 1994. Whoops, that's the wrong parentheses. 1994. We also have the 5-piece guarantee. Whatever that means. Damn, you wrapping this. Okay, so we have those written down. Just to have those written so we know. So, well, let's see, because we know that wait, is Clancy or that's not the one I wanted. No, so Clancy isn't on here. But Lauren is, and we know that Lauren split up. Lauren, I think this would be Clancy then, because Lauren is on here as a star, and she's Clancy's daughter, so I would assume this one would be Clancy. I don't think we have a picture of him, though. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'm focused on this. Clancy, I think. And he was a lawyer. And his wife, I think, is Sarah. Whoops. That is not how you spell Sarah. I think. And then this one would be Lauren. Who is... which one? I don't remember which one Lauren is. But she's this one. Remember that. This one, I think. Lauren. She was an author. And she was with... what was her husband? Her husband's that. Okay. Not that. This one? And his name was Jacob Rafferty, I think. Because that's her maiden name. I'm pretty sure I have that in here. Yeah, married name Rafferty. He died. I remember that. And they had Clark, but I don't know if we have Clark's picture. But we do have him in here. And I don't know what his job was, but I do know that he dated someone named Danielle. Missed half the story because I was busy doing things. Yeah, let's use a person's most recent occupation. Can I not add... yeah, why can't I add poor Brenda's picture? Shut up, Brooklyn. And I don't know if we have a picture. I can try searching up Clark in a second, but... okay, so... we also don't have Clancy's picture, I don't think. Because you would think he would be in the 5 pieces picture, but, don't see him. Because that's the dad. Pop. Oh, no. That's her dad. That's her dad. Whoa! Sorry, that scares me every time. I forgot that she calls her dad Pop, but I was thinking her dad was Elias for some reason when I read that. Ooh, Sarah Cosell. Jacob Rafferty. Danielle Franks. Picture. She's knocking on my door again.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Oh, sorry.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Period.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far.
Oh yeah, I have.
I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Easy. Give me a challenge. Don't actually, because I'm a little bit stressed. Yeah, I don't trust her either. Okay, so we know that's that. We don't know any of Clancy's other children's names, not yet anyway, but we might find those out. Okay. What was I doing before? Oh, I was looking at pictures, I think. Yeah, so these are all the 5 pieces. We have the... I know that we have new pictures, but I'm still not done with it. These are the next generations. Oh, I didn't know I could just push that to zoom in. So we know that Gwen isn't in here because it said that she couldn't be bothered to join. And I think this is Zach. But I'm not 100% sure. But also, I love the rainbow tie, by the way. But not what I'm trying to talk about here. I don't know if Lauren's part of this. Or not. But let's look at some of the other things we have. Let's see. Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. CM? I don't know who CM could be. I also have this. This photo has a note attached from your... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Gotta save those too. From your employer, here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. So that's Gwen, and those are her kids. So we know that she's got at least 2 kids, which I think we knew that already. Because... Oh no, we didn't know that already. Well, we kind of did, but also kind of didn't, you know? But now we have their pictures. Oh, this is pretty. Let me save their faces. That sounds weird, but ignore that. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the 2 of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Only a murderer would say that. Okay. Has a lot of fucking kids. Oh my god, hold on. Jesus. There we go. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Right here. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. We do know that November is a name of a root tree somewhere. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Okay. I also have this one. After some time, they returned with new resources. A photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Then they said they had a bit more to share after 9 more blood relatives. Okay, so we read all that. Anyone know, maybe we should search up Gwen's divorce to find out who her husband's name was? Oh, I do need to look into this as well. Maybe I should look into this first. No, I have it written down in my notes, so I'll remember. Go back. Gwen divorce. By searching for variations of Gwen Roottrees, you came across some mentions of a marriage to Wild Bill Williams. They divorced before the birth of her second child. What is this? Oh, another picture of her, I guess? So... Bill? William? There's no William. I don't know. She might have been married to Wild Bill, but maybe if I search up children. No? Sons? No? Okay. Husband. See, we just know that... Okay, maybe I should still put this in here. Whoops. Mother Margot. Previously married to Wild Bill Williams. Divorced before second child was born. Don't know if because he's not in here. The last name Williams isn't even in here. And I don't know if that's the kid's... I'm assuming it is, but I don't know that for sure. Okay. Well, we got Dick Diddley from trying to search up her husband, besides we found this out, but that doesn't really help us. Right, so let's try and search up... Watch. This is what I was going to search up, but I just saw it. Ooh. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias and Carl. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search. So you may be still... Okay, yeah. So we have to search in periodicals. And search up maybe... Maybe we just type in Roottree? No? Okay. Business Watch played host to many Roottree advertisements over the years. Many have 5 pieces. We can try searching up 5 pieces. Oh, okay. Elias. Maybe I guess I had to be specific. Elias Roottrees was awarded Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. Notes for the article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. My evidence! Sorry. Who? Carl. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your... Okay. Whoa. I didn't mean to click that. So this is Elias. Elias. You sounded like you were on the toilet. Who, me? Elias was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936. An opinion of him appears on the cover. The magazine said he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. I sounded like I was on the toilet? What do you mean? So the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. 1908, Elias forms the Roottree Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. 1909, Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. Okay, so I'm assuming Elias Jr. is not the oldest then. Because his daughter... But we know it's not Margot, so it's got to be Gwendolyn then. Get that away. We know it's got to be Gwendolyn because back in our notes, we know that Gwendolyn is part of the 5 pieces, but we know already that Margot is, we already know her, like, she's over here. So this has to be Gwendolyn. And I'm assuming Gwendolyn is the brunette, or was, yeah, because this one was the blonde. So we found Gwendolyn. This is her. I don't know what her job was, but I'm assuming she was a housewife, because a lot of, you know, women were back in the day. Don't know her husband or anything yet, but we'll figure that out probably. 4 more to follow, leading to Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 5 pieces are first sold in some Pittsburgh markets. 5 pieces are rolled out to all of New England. The new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. The Roottrees Candy Company purchases every maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm. Architect. Did we know that? Did we know that? Okay. I'm gonna assume Elias Jr. goes here. I think this one was Elias Jr. Elias Jr. Architect. I'm assuming anyway. The KFC guy. A new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Production is tripled and worldwide distribution begins. There's also a What's Next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy. I almost said legacy. And that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family of messages with the Clancy Trust. Okay. Who's this? Oh, that's Clancy. Yeah, I think this is right. And I think that one, and we definitely know Gwendolyn's the oldest. Okay, so we also got this one. Why he kinda, you know. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda... Oh, wait, we already know Carl. He's the girls' dad. Where the hell was this picture? I literally was like, oh my god, he's kinda... Oh, I didn't save it yet, didn't I? No, I did. Where is he? Here he is. Now we have his picture. Did you verify this person? You'll be able to... Okay. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Okay, hold on. Everyone hold. Carl has a brother named Jim and a daughter the same age as Raina. That's how you spelled it, right? Yeah. Okay. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. Isn't that the dad? Yeah, Carl is. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refuse to fund anything other than candy. Okay, hold on. Second cousin, Ernie Jr. Refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. When did you save? I'm gonna save after I read this. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. Okay, so we're unlocking some lore. We know Carl's got a brother named Jim. So how many siblings does Carl have? Or was it a cousin? Was it a brother? Oh, it is a cousin. It's not a brother. Did I type that in here? Yeah, I typed cousin. Or a brother. He's got a cousin. He doesn't have any siblings. So we know it's not this because that's Clark. That's Lauren's son. Is Jim part of Notables? He is. So this could be Jim. This probably is Jim. Oops. Jim. No, Jim. Why is Jim not in here? Maybe his name is James, but he goes by Jim. And it said he was a singer. Oh, but singer is not in here. Am I just bald, or did it not say he was a singer? Notable singer. He also has a daughter. But he could have other children. It said he was a singer. Musician, I guess. I do need to find out Carl's parent. I don't know Carl's parent yet, I don't think. Okay. His second cousin is Ernie. Who else is on here that we haven't crossed off yet? Carl, which we just haven't gotten him confirmed yet. Red Roottrees, which we don't know who that is yet. Jim, we know, and Miracle Jr. is this one, I'm assuming. Oh, we already have that written down. Okay, let's try and find out Carl's parent. Well, parents. Carl. Oops. Toot! Nope. Okay. Carl Roottrees. Doesn't say who is his parents' parent. Clancy. But I tried searching Clancy. Oh, where's the C go? I tried searching up Clancy. Let's search up Red. Did you search Jim? Yeah, I think I did. Jim? Oh, I didn't! James, yeah, it's James. I figured. Is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife, Diamond. Where's Jim? Here he is. Diamond. Ooh. Here's their picture. Okay, we'll read that in a second. That's... Oh! It scares me every time. Okay, so we should have locked in Carl as well. Oh, we didn't? Maybe we did and it just doesn't show it here? I don't know. But we definitely locked in Gwendolyn and Elias Jr. We didn't lock in Carl. So something's probably not right then? Yeah, I haven't gotten to Red yet. James, we know, has a daughter, but we don't know James's daughter's name. Do you think... I remember seeing LaRue on here. We have Jane and we have Kim. So I guess maybe his kids took their mom's last name. Guess I'll just type in... I'll just put them here. Jane and Kim. I don't know which one's which, but we can search that up next. Okay, I haven't even read this yet. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder. Not a one-hit wonder! Due to the disco song Rollin' On Down the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Thought James has long hair. Was gonna say yeah. Okay, although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays a guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band has never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they are known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay, so we read that. Now we can read more of this. Run On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time... Sorry, I'm full of burps. It doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet." It is credited to Peter Jankowitz from Triple M. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim and Diamond. Jim is on the notable Roottrees list. Lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay, well, how do you know that? Okay, but if it says it contains no clues, so why is it telling me the lyrics? They don't make no goddamn sense. Okay. We have a picture of Diamond. If you want to know, or maybe it's for clues later. I'm curious why Carl's didn't. Maybe because he's not the fourth one? But he's the first. None of their kids was the second. So maybe he's actually the third? I don't know. Okay, so... let's type in... maybe we try Diamond to see if we get anything from her. Okay, it just comes up the same thing. What was I gonna type in? Rolling on down to the city. Yeah, it just gives me this. Oops. Ooh. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called "Cool Things You Got in the Mail" in a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether it's cool or pathetic. Oh, that's so sad. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 include pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a daughter... what? Well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Okay, so he's got a son. But... why are... okay, well, Wolf would go here then. Oh, but his last name was Roottrees. I guess he took his dad's last name then? I'm confused a little bit because maybe Diamond's not her real name. That would make sense as to why... Well, I don't know. Okay. First, let's just search in here. Found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to their fan club in 1996. The description said it included a picture of his son, Wolf, listening to his parents' latest music. Okay, let me actually search up... Not that. I'll search up the Floozies in a second, but I want to search up... Where? There they are. I want to try Jane and Kim LaRue. Oh, no, there's also a Diamond here. So who's Jane and Kim? They have the same last name as Diamond, but the two of them only had 3 kids. 2 kids, sorry. I know, let's search up the Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual. And not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. Ooh. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians, Ignore the Train, and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover of the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Okay, a CD from a band called the Floozies is only available at their live shows. The credits on the cover say, Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Okay, well, we know that there is a Candy in here. Candy. So who are these LaRue people? Is this Candy then? Candy? I'll put musician, I guess. I'm confused, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, like, I can try that, but it said that they don't go by their, like, name. No. Let me try Wolf. No. Was that not his name? Where the hell's the picture? Yeah. Okay. I'm a little bit confused. Okay, well... Let's come back in here and... Where did we leave off on? We were searching random people. Why are there so many aliases? Edward Roottrees. No. I keep clicking that. What is this? Okay. I don't think I've searched Miracle. Have I searched up Miracle? I haven't. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but has a following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God and anime on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. Okay, so Miracle Jr. we definitely already have in here, so I'm assuming he's the older brother. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level via the power of television. Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour. Okay. The flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The flyer is a few years old, comes from 96. The names listed are Miracle Jr., who's said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence you marked on the gap. Miracle Roottrees, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. Miracle the Third and his wife Nicole. So this must be Miracle the Third and his wife Nicole. They don't have any kids, at least not yet. And I'm assuming, is Pastor in here? Preacher is. I'm assuming, I guess they would all be preachers. Where the hell's Preacher? Can he not be a preacher because his son's a preacher? Preacher? Preacher. Did I just not see it? Okay. Gotta go. Brooke wants to play a game, but I'll be back. Dare you. Okay. So this, I'm assuming, is Miracle Jr. and this is Miracle the Third. Oh! Okay. Yay! Oh! Locked in the 5 pieces. Let's go! I got an achievement. Okay, so we got... Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour on the 45.
I'm gonna open my other drink.
It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most
They're talking about a
framed photo of the Roottrees family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing.
Not the local psychologist.
That article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Game's like, remember this, dumbass. Okay, I will search for it immediately. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they've been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Oh, what if the lady that's like our boss is Samantha that they were talking about? During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with the key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." I said. Let me see. Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you could search... Yeah, we kind of knew that, though. Like, we knew she took it, so why are they acting like it's a surprise? Wait, is Nicole not their partner and Nicole's their partner? Where were they? Here. No, Miracle the Third and his wife Nicole. Whoops. Okay. But we don't know... Miracle Network. Find a website for the Miracle Production Company. Miracle Roottrees Estate. No. I don't... Miracle... Yeah, I don't know... I don't know their partner. Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You do find one article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called the 3 Generations of Miracles Tour. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Okay. Okay, what about this one? Yeah. This is just books, though. Obviously, it's a library. Well... maybe we can find something out about Nicole? No. Okay. It's so interesting that, like, we still don't know so many things. And Carl, for some reason, is still not... he's still not, like, checked off. Maybe I can search... what is it? What was it called? The Roottrees candle? Candle? Okay. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias, which we already knew that. Yeah, it doesn't have a CEO, it has a president. Every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl. The product that put them on the map are 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out. The sister company, simply titled Root, specializing in children. Okay. No. Okay. Well, I tried. Oops. Oh my god, I can't type. In 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn? Whoops. Okay, so Zach is... whoops. Zachariah. He is the 2nd president, I think. Where was I? Grandson of Elias, yeah. Inheriting. He is quoted as saying, Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We would not be making any changes. Okay. Son of James Morden. I actually think that this is Zach. I think. I don't actually know that for sure, though. What about it is here? Nope. Okay. Okay, what if we type in Zach Morden? No, it just tells me, okay, what if I try searching him in here? No. What about Zach Roottrees? I could try his full name, Zachariah. Let me see. Where is he? There he is. No? Okay. Roottrees? No? Okay. No? Okay, I'm just literally trying everything here. And that just shows up here. Okay. So, I guess we just don't know Zach's wife's name or his children. Okay, let's see. What was I looking for? Did I search up? Yeah, I haven't searched this up yet. This. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clansid Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clansid Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. There's no additional information. Okay, well, what if we search in here? No. Okay, so that literally gave me Dick Diddley. The 5P. I swear I searched up the 5-piece guarantee, but 5-piece guarantee in combination with the Clansid Trust was Elias's attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company remained a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottrees' president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clansid Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated online and in person. Okay. Is that... What was it? 5-piece guarantee. Piece guarantee? No. Business watch. No. Okay, well, there is a Roottrees curse that we could maybe try and look more into. Roottrees curse. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. I should probably write down presidents of the company. We obviously had Elias, and then it went to Zach, I think. I don't know if Guy was... I'm assuming Guy might have been the 3rd, and then Ernie Jr. maybe, and then Carl? They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody's arrested. Then Ernie Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners, simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29, 1996. The website footer said all images... Ooh, Thomas Overwood. Okay. So it doesn't mention that, like, Thomas died? Or Thomas? Where did I get the name Thomas? I meant Zach. Okay. Let's search up maybe if we can find anything about Chris Raff. No. Maybe I need to, I needed... Oh, my voice cracked. I needed to... space it. Whoops. No. Okay, what about Thomas Overwood? Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, who claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000, and that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Okay. There was also Operation RT-29. Find more conspiracy websites. People out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyricinolate, I definitely butchered that, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and even induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for that, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Okay. Well. Let me see. It says there's... Oh, Angie is older than Zach. So Zach's not first. Zach would be second. Zach. President second. Because whoever Angie is. Angelica. Skylar? Don't know her occupation. I'm gonna put in housewife. We probably do have a picture of her. Where is the picture? Here it is. I don't know which one's which. I'm gonna assume maybe this one because they kind of have similar hair colors. Don't know though. I'm gonna type in Angelica. Angelica Morden? No. Angelica Roottrees? No. Okay. Well, we have those two at least probably figured out. I still don't think I know... What is this? Oh. I still don't know Zach's partner's name. Or Angelica's for that matter. But I at least have them on here. Oh, you can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. So it says that Elias only has 1 kid on here, but what if Samantha is his other kid? Love that we only know 1 of Clancy's kids. I still don't know. Gwen's baby daddy. Oh, Rafferty LaRue. Jason. I don't know. There's still a lot of things that we don't know. Like, I don't know what Gwen's children's names are. Okay, let's go back to... Did I type in Clancy Jr.? No. Nothing. Well, obviously, one of these is Clancy Jr. then. Don't know which one, but, one of them is. So maybe... Clancy could be... Maybe... Hold on. Let's type in... Yeah, see, I tried looking up Hunch Top House, but nothing came up. Elias... C? No. Okay. Elias M? Why are there so many Eliases? Jack. Nope. James, we've already looked up. Robert. Whoops. Robert. Okay, Ronald. Damn, we're hitting like dead ends. We've already tried looking up. Let's try Thomas Sheridan. I think we've looked that up before. Oh, TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. Whose partner was he? Oh, he was, he's Raina's. Oh, do we have other pictures of these two? Oh, do we? Hold on. This is... large number of president could... It says November. Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Miracle Jr. Wait, do I have Miracle Jr.'s? Oh, I already do. Which one is... It says I have another picture. It says I have another picture of Raina, but I don't know which one would be her. So I don't think it's her. Okay, I don't know. But Thomas Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after starring role in the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use, and more recently his relationship with Raina. After a short engagement, they married in '97 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Okay, well that didn't really They didn't really give me anything. What about... I'm just typing names in at this point. No. Steven Wilson? Oh. That got us something. Dr. Steven Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Steven Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results, as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is a pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this that he apparently was a doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. Oh, this is Steven Wilson, self-proclaimed pediatrician to the stars. I don't really see how these are relevant if they're not related. Dr. Steven Wilson's kids, the quote below the unless maybe someone's married to someone in the Roottrees, I don't know. The quote below the picture is credited. My dad is the best dad in the entire world. Okay, we read that. Picture has a date on it. Something that was taken 2 years ago. So this is Jason, and that's his 2 older siblings, which are Jem and Zach, mayhaps. Okay, but that didn't really do anything for us. We could try searching up Zach, I guess. No. Okay. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to the top of the men. Oops. I keep doing that. Sam. What was the name? Cattrall? Oh my god. No. Okay. Linus Cornwall. No. Walter Forsythe. Ooh. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Oh, wait. I've looked this up before, I think. He's listed in the cast of a movie called Gal and the Gang, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. It appears to be a low-budget comedy. Okay, that didn't really give me anything. Although, let me see if I can search up some more information on these. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about 2 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising 2 boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small-screen director Ronald. The show, okay, let me write that down. Distant family? I don't know. Oh my god, scroll down, please. Ronald Roottree equals director of Brother Trouble. I don't know if that's going to be relevant, but I'm just going to write it down. The show had strong ratings for the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991, midway through the 2nd season, due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Okay, time marches onward. It was the first credited role for Tommy, who was only 7 and still being credited as Thomas Sheridan at the time. According to your search, the show has been on the air for 22 years and is said to focus on 3 large families that own different ranches in the same town in Texas. TMS appeared as Carson in 53 episodes before his character went away to camp. A few episodes later, his parents learned of his off-screen death in a terrible whitewater rafting accident. After a 6-year absence, Carson returned, now with partial amnesia. He recalled that though he was saved from the river, the couple who found him were evil drug runners. They smuggled him across the Mexican border and sold him into child labor. After he managed to escape, he couldn't remember who he was. He eventually found his way home by following the address that his parents had written on the tag of his jacket. Honestly, that sounds interesting. I would watch it. During his second run, Carson was played by an actor other than Tommy Sheridan. The discrepancy was explained by covering his face in bandages and claiming that his work in the silver mines left him permanently disfigured and caused his voice to sound completely different. After a plastic surgery operation that happened amidst a hostage situation at the local... Is this Grey's Anatomy? The bandages were removed, and the new actor played Carson for an additional 3 years, appearing in over 500 episodes. He was then killed permanently this time while saving his younger sister from drowning in a whitewater rafting accident that happened at the same river where his initial accident took place. Fascinating as all this is, none of it seems relevant. Yeah, I don't know why I read all that then. I swear I've also typed in the girls separately. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go back to the names. Christopher Hudson. Christopher Hudson, no. Guy Hudson. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. Okay. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Okay, Guy. Fancy Flavors. Okay, that didn't really give me anything else. Okay. Brian Jones. Brian Jones, famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954, doesn't seem related to Roottrees. If you're looking for a different Brian Jones, you may need to search a more local resource. Many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company. For 20 years, Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity. Okay. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, even though Butler County uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. He laughs. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best. Okay. Let's also maybe search up, yeah, some of these guys in here. Although the Butler County Times is not archived, there are obituaries. They did a front page story in 1982 about Guy and his wife, Patricia. The story itself was surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting other drivers off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have a few leads other than make and model. Guy had been president of the Roottrees Company for only 4 years. Through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company, he and his wife had no children. Okay, so is there a person in here? Oh, my voice cracked. Guy was family info, I think is where I put it. I know, only thing that I know for sure is this is first and second. I don't know if Guy's the third president or not. But Zach is here. This could be Guy, I guess. Is there a... There's Bonnie, Christopher, and Guy. Maybe her husband is Christopher. And then we have Guy here because it said that they had no children. And then this one would be the other Hudson. Stephanie? Bonnie. Where did I get Stephanie from? I don't know. And he would have been... We can try putting the third president. Don't know if he actually was, but we'll see. Also don't know which his picture, which one would be him. Maybe... Let me see. Kissing the likes of Harrison. Oh, Harrison Lane. Maybe that's... Is he an option? Maybe that's the kids' dad? Where is... Here she is. No, Harrison Lane's not an option. Never mind. I'm looking for... I don't know. What am I looking for? Eli is Miracle's youngest. But she also has a brother named Eli. Elias C and Elias M. Okay, I'm just gonna put Elias C over there and one of these as Elias M. I don't know. Where did I find... I'm just trying to find, like, where I found this from. Because, like, I don't know who's who. I wish I could do, like, a reverse image search. Okay, let me come back in here. Didn't really tell me anything about Guy, to be honest. Did it tell me his name, or his wife's name? Patricia. Patricia Jones, I guess. Don't know what he looks like, though. Okay. Let's search up... Oh, no, we need to... Let me try searching some of the other Roottrees members in here. No. What about Ronald? No. What was the other? Robert. No. Okay, all the miracles. Miracle and his son who goes exclusive. I feel like... Yeah, I've looked them up before. And we have the third. Okay. James or Jack? Nope. Nope. Elias? Okay. Okay. Edward. I'm really finding nothing. Oops. Carl. Hmm. Carl took over as the 5th. Oh, he's the 5th president. Where is he? That's why it's not crossed off. Because I don't have it right. Oh my god. Every time that comes up, it scares me. I'm like, oh my god. Oh, locked in everyone on the notable Roottrees list. Period. Oh, and I got Angelica right. Okay. Oh, phone's ringing. Hello?
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Oh, sorry. But oh, sorry. I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Well, I guess that means I'm officially confessed.
I'm a Roottree.
Okay, well, I literally called that.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big. The family doesn't.
She's Samantha, I bet.
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay, so why does she need me to do all this if she's related to them? Why is this floating? What's new? Oh, this one, okay. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a Roottree. They also told you they'd give you more of an explanation next time they returned. Yeah. I also need to save because I haven't saved in a little while. This game is really fun, though. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I don't know how long it is. Like, I don't know. I'm assuming once you fill out the whole family tree, like, the game ends. But I don't really know about that. Okay, well, we got officially Carl crossed off. And like I said, we crossed off everyone on here. Except for Red, though. Let's try searching. There's a sensationalist headline from Red Roottree Rally Racket revealed. What? Article mentions a man named Aloysius Herring Roottree, who was running for office in North Carolina. At a campaign event, he claimed to be related to the Roottrees and promised free 5 pieces on election day to all who approved. They voted. Within less than a day, it came out that his last name was a coincidence and that he had no such power to offer free candy. Interesting. So that's why he... Oh, he's a red herring. That makes sense because it said herring. That's funny. Okay, well. What was I doing? I don't know what I was in the middle of doing. I searched up Carl, I think, in here. Carl took over 5th president. From so Ernie is, let me see. Carl we know is 5th. Elias we know is 1st, obviously. Zach is 2nd. Which makes me think that Guy is 3rd. And then Ernie Jr. would be 4th because it said that Carl took over after Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently stayed on the spotlight, never appeared in the Butler Times other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness as a reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. Okay. Still doesn't tell me who Carl's parents are, but, okay, I guess. Rude. I still haven't found out, like, Candy. No. Gwendolyn? No. Christina. Lauren. We already looked up. I don't know if we looked up Lauren in here, though. I think we did. Margolite. November. I doubt we're gonna find anything with Raina, Riley, Rose, or even Carly. Samantha. Or was it Tessa? Is that what it said? Tessa, yeah. Okay, what about... I don't remember if I typed in all of those or not. David. David the Third. Oh my god, stop clicking that. Okay. No. No. Okay. Mark Landon? Brian Jones. Oh, I think I did that one already. Ernest... Oh my god. Ernest Madsen. Okay, what about in here? No? What about this one? Article of 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family, who have asked to remain anonymous, have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. Last 4 years at Roottrees have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors misstep to the batter-up bar, we've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye. But Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to the basics. Okay. Doesn't really tell me much about them. Maybe Ernest Roottrees. No. You can try searching it in here. No. Okay, well... Was it Chris? Yeah. We also have Clark. Okay. Oh, that's not space. Whoops. Few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark. They mentioned an album called These Times. Ooh. A band called C&J plus J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username Diehard Dazzler scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim and Diamond's first song together. It also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Diehard Dazzler, the band, or the single, so that's all left to do is scan your evidence. Okay. Cute. Okay, well, we know that C and J. No, C and wait. Yeah, J and D is Jim and Diamond, so it's C and J. And we know that there is there's a Jane LaRue. D could be maybe Clancy Jr.? I don't know, though. Clancy Jr. And I'll just put in Jane for now. Don't know if that's true, but we shall put it in just in case. Okay, well that really didn't give me anything, if I'm being honest. Guess I can go back up to the women. Eloise? Don't know who Eloise is. I can try the last name Roottrees. You know what? Maybe Eloise is the lady that keeps, like, my boss or whatever she's called. Also, it's only been 2 hours in the game. Okay, well, Gwyneth Anderson. Okay, yeah, that's the mom. Right. Forgot about that. Nope. I swear I've done these already. Christensen. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed. Okay. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence. Okay. Copy. By Tina Angelina. This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. Okay. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first 2 letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages, after the steamy bits, that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Not gonna lie, I didn't absorb any of that. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. I don't know what I just read, to be honest. That really didn't do anything for me. Steamy correspondence. Okay. Luisa Garcia. No. I think I already looked up Sarah Cosell before. I did. Bonnie Hudson. I swear I've already looked up Bonnie too. No. Edith Jacobson. Articles cut up image that Edith. You might be able to find an article somewhere else. Oh, probably in here. There's a crime blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottrees and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle... Okay, Helen is Miracle's wife. We finally know. Helen Lennon, I guess. Maybe her maiden name. I just said maiden name. Her husband was away preaching. Helen Roottrees was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I'm confident he has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Okay. Well, we know his wife's name now. Okay. Well, we did that. Patricia Jones? I think I've searched this up before. No. Bethany Kellogg? No. Stephanie Landon. Clara Lansing. Oh my god. I think I already searched up like Diamond LaRue. And then we have Jane. Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event. Okay. The Lucky LaRues. Oh, okay. Well. We also have Kim LaRue. Okay, nothing. Helen. No. I'm assuming if I search her up in here, it'll only bring up... Oh. Okay, hush my mouth then, I guess. I swear I've searched up these people already, but... Nicole Madsen... Joan Monroe. No. Angelica. Caroline. Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called PFLAG. An organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Period. I'm just gonna write that down. I don't. I'm just gonna call this one Miss Info. PFLAG is an organization oh my god, founded in the 70s. It stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. And who did I search? Caroline? Caroline Morton is associated with it. Okay. Gwendolyn? I swear I searched up Gwendolyn. No. April. I haven't looked up April. I'm not going to bother typing this last name. I'm just going to copy it. No. Okay, I haven't... Jessica Rafferty LaRue. Okay. We also have Katrina. We still don't really know anything about Candy. I mean, I can try. I spelled that wrong. No? No. I haven't searched up Penelope Tessa Green, I don't think. Oh, Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joke-a-Lantern, 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Okay, Penelope. We love a jokester. Oh, that kid's adorable. Then we have... That's so cute! So... Penelope Tessa Green. And Jack must be... Jack could be Jack Roottrees. So Penelope must be married to someone, and Jack is their kid, I guess? I don't know. Brenda Catherine Wilkins, I don't think I've searched up. And Jim Wilson. Sorry, I just forgot how to talk. Okay, well, I think I've searched, like, everyone on here and not found anything. So now we're kind of at a standstill here. Because we, like, I don't have pictures to names and stuff, like, oh, I'm overwhelmed. What is this? Oh. Okay, well, what if I search, I probably have tried this. No. I was gonna, like, search up, like, Elias Architect. Roottrees. Jesus Christ, there's nothing. We've hit a wall and I'm frustrated. Okay, well, I got Patricia Jones correct. I just don't know who Guy, like, I don't know what Guy looks like. I mean, I could just put people's pictures in and hope for the best, but... Angelica is... not in there. Angelica was in here. So her child Guy would probably be in here. Okay. I don't know. I'm just gonna say that's Guy. And... Bonnie's older? Maybe that's Bonnie? I don't know. Which one is she? She this one? I have no idea. Are they... do they not look like they're together? Am I just completely balding? Because which one is her? I don't know. I'm just gonna go with that one. Okay. Also don't have a picture of Clark. Oh, okay. So Angelica's not in this picture, I'm assuming, because her name's not... her name's not written on here. So... take that off. Guy is, though. Don't know which what he is, but Bonnie is also in here. I remember the name oh no, Bonnie is listed in here. I forgot that was Bonnie. Ernie Jr. Whoops. Do I have Ernie Jr. written down somewhere? I don't think I do. Caroline Miracle Jr. is also in this one. Maybe that's him? I don't know. Jim Roottrees, which is the musician, I think. So maybe... I feel like he is... this one. Clark is also in this. Okay. Clark. Do we have any pictures with her and her son? Also, that's Stephanie. Does Stephanie say she's in this picture? She does not. Okay, well, I don't know which one Clark is, but his mother's a brunette. I'm just gonna say that one's him. We also have Carl. Carl's in it too. Carl. When was this picture taken? The 70s? I don't know. I'll just say that one's Carl. We also had Eli M. I still don't know which one Eli M is, but I'll just say... okay, that's his dad? Maybe that's Eli M. I feel like I got all that wrong. Clancy Jr. would probably be in this one. Clumped up in the middle. This is not from the right one. Not that one, maybe this one. Maybe Miracle. Wait. Yeah, Miracle's also in this picture. I'll be honest, I can't tell like what color his hair is. Maybe this one is Miracle. I don't fucking know. I also don't know. Where's Lauren? I don't really know which one's supposed to be her. Maybe this one. This one kind of looks like her, but is that from... I don't actually know if that's her. Okay, well, I'm so tired of hitting that damn button. I'm not pushing the right ones. I don't actually know if that child is him, but... And then Elias C. I don't know. Maybe Stephanie is here. I think that one's Stephanie. Stephanie Landon. She... City Council? Is politician on here? Politics. I don't know that man's name. I think at least one of their kids, I think, is this kid. I think her name is November. But I don't know that for sure. November. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. See, I don't know who CM is. CM. Assuming it's a man, but I don't actually know that for sure. CM. Maybe it's a woman then? Caroline? Could be Caroline. I don't know who the hell Caroline is, though. Her last name is Morden? Where the hell did she go? Yeah, Morden. Angelica? Angelica is here. I'm confused. I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost. I don't know where to go next. I don't know these guys' name. What? Film school? I feel like I've hit a wall. Because I can't find out. His last name is Morton too. Maybe Caroline is one of Zach's kids? I don't know though. I don't even know her picture. What do hints do? Can I ask? If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. One of the diary entries offhandedly mentions a relative appearing in a publication. I bet you can track that article down. Diary entries? These ones. What did it say? Relative appearing in a publication. That's a book. I doubt it's going to give me anything, but I'll look. Public Library. By Lauren. Okay, does she use her maiden name then? I'm full of burps and I'm so sorry. What's her maiden name? Rafferty? Re-released as X Marks the Spot. Okay. Buried Treasure by Lauren Roottrees from the author of the Court series. Okay, well, revisiting the diary. Oh! We got something! This was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary. Unlike the original, it contains no pictures, but has many passages that reflect on her thoughts. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects, the death of Elias. Okay. Hey, we got something. Oh. We got this. I think this is the only thing, but it's just like multiple entries. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decades between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud, Samantha Roottree. Where is Elias? This is him. So, this... I don't know why I did that, because I figured he was the dad. I don't know who Samantha is, though. Gotta know which one she is. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as E.C. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr., and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had Nevin had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally remarried, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the Clancy trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Okay. So I'm assuming then we should put Patricia there. So I need to get rid of November because I don't think she's supposed to be in here. Okay, and then I'll come back to that, but in... Is it this one? Yeah. I always understood why, including Sam. Yeah, Sam's in this one. Maybe this is Sam. I'll try it, I guess. Okay. Go back to this. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary release of Lauren's Diary's companion piece of entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie and the kids? Ernie and the kids. Ernie? Ernie? Ernie and the kids? Any kids seem eager to help the family in their own ways? Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach? Ernie? Ernie Jr.? I guess. Ernie and the kids. Ernie. And then maybe Ernest Jr. goes down here. Ernest Jr. I don't know. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long... Wait. Everyone hold. Okay, so Ernie Jr. was the 4th one. Okay. It has been a long time since any real Roottree was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. I'm confused. So, that's not what I meant to click. So Gwyneth goes here, I guess? Oh, she's a green thumb. Does that mean she's a gardener? Farmer? I doubt it. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spinning image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Interesting. Sam. Jet black hair and green eyes? Yeah, jet black hair, green eyes. That's blondish hair, that's red hair, so this definitely is Sam. She doesn't have the thick glasses. Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Interesting. Okay, so we know Ernie Jr. has glasses. And... is Ernie Jr. in here? Ernie Jr. is in here. Which one has glasses? This one? So... that one is Ernie Jr. And I guess Gwyneth also has glasses, so maybe this one's Gwyneth? Yeah. I don't know. Also, Ernie Jr. was the 4th president. President 4th. Okay. And... it's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees. I guess maybe she would be a farmer? Where's farmer? I don't actually know if she would be considered a farmer, but I'll just put that in there, I guess. And... I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Okay. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problem with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the 5 Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Is Gwyneth not her daughter? Or maybe... Elias and Gwyneth. I mean, Elias is probably... oh no, Gwyneth's the grandma. So why would she name her child after her? I don't know. Okay. About Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither... maybe I should look up Starlet? Oh. Starlet was a magazine that started with a colorization of film and went around as 1964, generally as a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. Okay. Because what was his name? Wild Bill Williams, I think? No, not in there. No, was it maybe in here then? Yeah, Wild Bill Williams. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and gossip about who he'd been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Okay, that's what I needed to know. I couldn't find his name. Walter. Is there any other Forsythes? No, it's just him. Okay. So the Gwen's kids must have her last name then. which makes sense. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. When you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife, but even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public, while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing him, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Okay, well. Now at least I know that. Go back here. Divorce Wild Bill before she had her second. Neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Okay, I think Eli C. should go here. And we'll put the other one over here. Or wherever he was. I don't know where I had him. And Clancy, I think, is this one. So I think maybe those are Clancy Sr.'s kids? I don't know. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. He practically raised Clark and Jim. Oh, Jim. Clark. He was also... Oh my god, he's with multiple people. Damn, Clark. Eli's marriage seems fine and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane. Jane. Suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. Oh, hold on. Nope, not there. Where's... Hold, wait. Am I crazy? Where is it? Oh, this one. Clark and Jane? Actually, don't know if it's that one or this one. That's Carl. I'm gonna assume this is Jim. Okay, where was I? Keep her without her. I don't think a marriage on such shape, and Lord knows I was right last time. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin? Okay, yeah. So, she definitely has a brother named Eli. Lauren does, which we know. Elias C. I don't know if it's C, but... Why can't I click on evidence? Her uncle, which, yeah, we know from being Elias Jr. And her cousin, which is the other Elias, that's Miracle's kid, I think. And that's why they became Uncle Jr. or Miracle's Eli or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy, so now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Caroline? Elias? Caroline? I'm confused. Okay, who's Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline. Who's Caroline? Caroline? Who are you, Caroline? I don't know who Caroline is. Caroline. Caroline Morden. Oh, right here. Caroline is Zachariah's daughter, I'm assuming. So... where the hell? Who was... Caroline was Elias's mother? There's another Elias? That's not what I meant to click. I guess. Okay, women's names tend to get all mixed up as generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Okay. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based... not a companion piece to it, but rather a fun bonus. She believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I did not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Wow. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. So she was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I'm glad she is gone." Interesting. So... confused. Because... if you're saying they said your Pop is my dad, Lauren's dad is Clancy. As far as we know, he doesn't have any kids out of wedlock. That's not what I meant to click. Maybe... that's not what I meant to do. Could be... Tessa? Tessa. Or where's the one with this one? No, we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls. Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna just do a quick save. Okay, so this did give us some things, but I mean, we're still a little confused, but let's go back to the original one because we still had that hint. I don't know what it said anymore, but Dynasty, maybe? Where's the thing? It's not being here. Raising her twins. His sister. So Zach's sister has twins? She does. Don't know who they are. Last name Hudson, maybe? No, I don't think it would be Hudson. It would be whoever she's married to. Probably. One of the diary entries offhandedly mentions a relative appearing in a publication. That's what I was looking for, but... Publication. I mean, maybe Starlit, but like, I've already looked. I guess I could search up Gwen. Focus on the fact that she announced her divorce. Also, now she was pregnant again. Other mentions the rumor as well. Bill had multiple affairs. Also, an interview from earlier in mid-1957, where she was asked about her last name, she answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power." Cornwall? Cornwall. Where is Gwen? So Margolite's husband must have been Linus. Not that one. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a style exclusive of both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names. So maybe she has the... She has Ronald and Robert, maybe? Alliteration? Mayhaps, I don't know. Other than that, I don't know what else I would be talking about. Oh, Dynasty? No, that's this. I don't know what it's talking about. I don't know. What about another hint? There's a sticker on the front of Rolling On Down the City. This? Oh, I didn't even see that. As seen in Triple M, only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. Oh, I remember reading that name. Abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s. Okay, so Modern Music Monthly, Jim Roottrees? Reluctant Hitmaker. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J plus J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Rollin' is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffertunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. Oh my god, I'm so full of burps. I'm really sorry. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Raffertunes. No. Okay, what about Clark? No. Rafferty. Section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has a short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. These Times, a new single from C&J plus J&D, Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and the two of the LaRue sisters. Amateurist folk style songwriting. It's catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. Okay, rude. Maybe Diamond LaRue? An article from 1968 found a small section focusing on young upcoming talent that MMM predicts will make it big. It has to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 65 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces, ever heard of the Roottrees, and are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRues indeed. Okay. Alright, it says the same thing. Okay, well... James... Maybe if I type in Jane? No. Okay, well, I mean... Jim Roottrees mentioned someone's new business. Someone's new business. Did he? Yeah, Raffertunes. I tried looking that up. Maybe if I do this? Oh, okay. A website about Raffertunes, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it there is an about page and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina... I'm assuming it's not this one. I'm assuming it's probably this one. Katrina. That's not where I meant to go. To calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Evidence. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so... This is... this kid, I guess? Clark... is that? Jane? If this is where Katrina goes, I don't know who their mom is. While his wife was trying to get to calm down, he had the idea. She's beautiful. I mean, it could be Jane, but like... Let me put the other kid in this one. Where is she? No, here she is. Katrina and... Jessica, I guess? But I don't know their mom. I mean, it could be Chris, I guess. Or maybe this is Chris? And... Wait. Oh god, where is it? Where was it? Was it... Hold on, I gotta find it. Yeah, with her youngest sister? And it said that Kim was the youngest, I think. Let's see, Diamond. Maybe not, I don't know. The youngest Kim. So Jane, he must have had maybe Chris with Jane, but then Kim with, or these two with Kim. And I'm guessing maybe that's Kim? I don't know. And Jane would be one of these. The other one is Diamond. They're both blonde, so... And I'm gonna go with that one, though. And you... We'll do that one. I don't know. I mean, we're filling some things out with the help of these hints. The modern 5 pieces flavors aren't helpful, but there might be something in the description of the ad that is. Where? This one? The description? I already know that, though. I already know that. Ad seems to be from magazine. Spider search for Teen Blast. Oh. Nope, not that. Is it? It's not even mentioned in it. Oh well, I'll just look up Teen Blast, I guess. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. Okay, we have Teen Blast. Let's look up. Here we go. She's on the cover. Teen Blast. She was 16. Did an interview. I didn't even look at the picture. Here it is. Teen Blast. Brother Trouble. New gossip. Also, how to know if he's interested. And win a trip to the set of a new movie. Raina, Sweet 16. The Candy Girl gets serious about her inspiration and aspirations. There's an article about Raina Roottree from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor. Her grandpa. Professor? Teacher? Teacher an option? Jesus Christ. Professor. There it is. Don't know if it's Elias C, but I don't know why I just did that. Okay, who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made their Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. Okay. I mean, that doesn't really help me. Because Lauren's the oldest, so we know that she's older than the rest of her siblings, so it doesn't matter which one. I took his advice and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura... Wait. Yeah, okay. Tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Cute. Okay, what about... Roottrees sisters appear in many ads for both Candy and Root, clothes, and Teen Blast. The search engine isn't the best, and so your results are flooded with page after page of nearly identical advertisements. Some ads specifically mention that Raina appeared once on the cover of Teen Blast. Riley and Rose, on the other hand, seem to be mentioned by name less than their older sister. Okay. What about Carly? No. Okay. Right. So I did that. The campaign mailer mentions an article in a local publication. We should check it out. Local publication. So this, maybe we should try searching up Stephanie's name. I don't know if we've done that. Stephanie Jones. Most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following: Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon. Okay, Stephanie Landon. Whose last name was Landon? Someone's last name was Landon, but I don't remember who. Landon. Let me just check in here. Landon. Stephanie. We already knew that, though. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Landon. Mark Landon. That doesn't really help me, though. Born so until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she's a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, so... Stephanie is the daughter of was it Mark Landon? And Caroline, I don't know Caroline's last name yet. Caroline. Sweet Caroline. Caroline's last name is Morden. Caroline Morden. And I think it was Mark Landon. Mark Landon. Yeah. Okay, so Caroline Morden's over here. She would be probably Bonnie's kid. No, but Bonnie's kids don't have kids. Huh. Bonnie's kids don't have kids, so... Wait. What if... What if Bonnie and Stephanie were together? Thoughts? And they had Stephanie. Not Stephanie. Not Stephanie. Caroline. Oh, but Caroline Morton's already in here. Oh, she's right here. Oh. Right. Hold on. Caroline's here. I don't know her spouse, but one of the kids is Stephanie. I think? No, that's not it. Stephanie. Or no, maybe it's over here, actually. But... oh, so maybe Caroline doesn't go over here then. She goes over here. That's not I meant to click. Caroline. And her partner? Because we know that I'm a little bit confused. She grew up in a home without a father. She's with Brian Jones? What'd she say her partner's name? Her mom, she doesn't say. Okay. Her mother, Caroline. I'm assuming Stephanie would go here. And then the spouse would be Brian. Which is him. And that's her. And she is in politics. Oh! Okay, period. Okay, we got Samantha Roottrees, farmer. Stephanie Landon, politics. Guy Hudson, president, third. Let's go. Oh my god, there's so many things. It keeps going. It keeps going. Hey, I got some of the things right though. Okay, let's see what all I got right. Okay, I still don't know Zachariah's spouse's name. And I don't think I have a picture of Caroline. Hold on, actually let me look in one of these, because Caroline is mentioned in one of these. Maybe this one? Caroline, she's in here. And maybe she would have curly hair. Maybe this is Caroline? Maybe. I'm just thinking because of the curly hair. And I'm assuming... also, Caroline is an artist. That's the only one in here with curly hair, so that's why I was thinking. Okay. But anyways, we got Guy and Patricia. They're good. We haven't finished up Bonnie's yet, or even her kids. But we've got Gwendolyn and her kids done, except we just need Zachariah's spouse and the rest of his kids, but that's beside the point. We got Samantha done. All of these are right, though. Which means these weren't, but I guess probably because I didn't choose student. There it is. There we go. And I got her right, period. Okay, so we got those, and then we got this done. Oh, she has another picture? Okay. That's exciting. I feel better knowing that we're actually getting some things done. Maybe we should try looking Caroline in there? Where's Caroline? Caroline Morden. I feel like I've already done this, but... Oh! You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. Okay. Caroline Morden. We need... Oops. That's not it. Future upcoming book? This? This? Okay, I'll come back to that. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. My evidence. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Eloise. I don't know if that's correct. Okay. So that's who Eloise is. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn... Did we know she has a sister named Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn. And cousin Bonnie, which... we already knew. Gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Was it Jason that was the... I'm gonna put Jason for now. I can't remember if it was Wait. He was in... We have a picture of him. Is it this one? Steven. It's Steven. There it is. And there's him. Who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and in the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark... Which we actually knew that, didn't we? Yeah, I think we knew that. So, I don't know why I was getting excited. Not that. Led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Period. Okay, so I think we got all this settled. I'm not 100% if Eloise goes here, but I like to think she does. And Mark goes there, I'm pretty sure. Gwendolyn is in one of the pictures, I think. Is she in this one? Or this one? Gwendolyn, she's in this one. So, Gwendolyn is Zachariah's daughter? I don't know which one she is. So we know... So I was thinking possibly curly hair. But... maybe the... I don't know. Oh, remember he... Hold on, I need to figure out one thing at a time. Didn't it say in... Not there. When we were looking him up, didn't it say something about his kids? We'll probably have to look him up again. This one, right? Yeah. So we had... Jason is the youngest, I think. And we had Jem. So Elias can't be Gwendolyn's kid then? Because that goes to Zach. And we have that, and that, I think. And his occupation would be student. I'm assuming this is a high school graduation, so I'm gonna go with college, and I'll put her in high school, I guess. Oh! Okay, well, I'm doing really good. Okay, we got the 3 Wilson kids, which I assumed we would. And we also got their dad and Mark Landon. And Eloise! Okay, period. Okay, this whole section is coming along. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, let's, look at this. The image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' burden. The sculpture is one of... Okay. So... Okay, that's not what I meant to do. So we have another picture of her. This one. Alright, we have Caroline's whole lineage over here done. We almost have Gwendolyn's. I just don't know which one Gwendolyn is. You think Gwendolyn... We could find anything about her in here? I can't remember if we've tried. I think we have, yeah. Okay, what about in here? No, in here. Don't know why she would be in there, but I'm just searching everything at this point. Okay, Gwendolyn. No, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Let me save, actually, because I've done a lot of things. And you know what? I've been streaming for so long. I probably should end this, but I've been having a lot of fun with this game. I cannot wait to get back into it. I think I might maybe stream it again tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure. Tomorrow meaning Thursday. But yeah, I really don't want to end. I kind of want to keep going, but we're coming up on 5 hours now, and I think I probably should end the stream. So this was really fun though. I like putting the pieces all together and stuff. I think it's so fun. But yeah, definitely can't wait to stream this again. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for hanging out. You know, we were just hanging out, shooting the shit, figuring out a case. We still haven't figured everything out. We still have a lot of family members to still discover, but I feel good that we were getting some of the branches of the tree complete. Like Caroline's, I think. So yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you guys next time, okay? Bye guys.